right, good morning, everybody. I apologize for the delay. We're just dealing with an administrative matter, and we did receive a last-minute submission that we wanted to duly review. So we're ready to get going. My name is Sarah Gelgor, and I'm the chair of the Compliance Audit Committee. I'm joined today by my fellow committee members, Lawrence D'Souza, who's joining us remotely, and Ramin Faraji, who is here in the room. The committee administrator has confirmed that we have quorum, so I'll now call the meeting of the Compliance Audit Committee, that's meeting 15 of the Compliance Audit Committee, to order. Today's meeting is being held with committee members, city staff, and parties participating by video conference and in person at City Hall here in Committee Room 2. City Hall is open to the public, and anyone is welcome to attend the meeting at City Hall today. The public may continue to participate electronically by video conference. This meeting is also being live streamed online at www.youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. I ask everyone for their patience with any delays or any potential technical issues. I'd also ask members to keep their microphones on mute unless you're speaking, and Member D'Souza, please ensure that your video is turned on at all times. As part of the agenda item, I'll ask members to raise their hand or unmute their microphone if they wish to speak or ask any questions. When voting, Member D'Souza, please raise your hand in front of your camera to indicate your vote. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the Compliance Audit Committee acknowledges the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Fellow members, at this time, I would ask if there are any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, and if so, please unmute your microphone and indicate your, yes, Member Faraji, sorry.
Madam Chair, I would like to ask you for permission to recuse myself from this case. I recognize that there might be a potential for a conflict. And again, I want to emphasize that this is a precautionary step, and we would like to avoid any potential or appearance of a conflict.
Thank you, that's noted, and if we could please document that for the record. Yes. I'll give you a moment to assemble your belongings and leave the room.
Yes, yeah, you can give to me after you finish.
Sorry, if I could ask for your indulgence for just a moment.
Actually, he can stay in the room. You can stay. You just cannot vote.
No, I would. But it's better.
I think it's better, yeah. Sorry, it'll just be another minute. Thank you for your indulgence. Member D'Souza, may I have a motion to confirm the minutes of the meeting on December 13th, 2024? Thank you.
I want the motion.
Thank you, and the motion carries. I'll now outline the procedure and format of today's committee meeting. We have one item on the agenda, which is a compliance audit application. The one application is item EA 15.1, compliance audit application by Deborah Lechter for the election campaign finances of Progress Toronto. The applicant, the third-party advertiser, or their agent who is registered with the clerk may speak to the item, and the applicant and third-party advertiser will be given sufficient time to address the application. Now, I understand that we may have more than one speaker per party, and so I would just ask that you each, if we have more than one speaker presenting, please ensure that there's no duplication, that you're speaking to different areas rather than reiterating what the other party has presented. So the order will be as follows. We'll hear from the applicant or their agent first, followed by the third-party advertiser or their agent. And if you wish to speak and have not already registered your intention, please email the clerk's staff now at complianceaudit@toronto.ca. Speakers are asked to confine their comments to the compliance audit application item being considered here today. And after each speaker, Compliance Audit Committee members will have an opportunity to pose any questions. The committee will then meet in closed session to deliberate in private. I'll move a motion to close the meeting, at which point members of the public and media will be moved into the WebEx lobby and readmitted once the committee resumes in public session. After we have completed our closed session discussion, we will resume in public, and the committee will make its decision at that time. Do we have, Member D'Souza, are there any motions that you wish to bring before we move forward?
No.
No? All right, thank you. Then we're going to proceed with item EA 15.1. Do we have the applicant or their agent here today? And if yes, can you please identify yourself?
Carrie, we are not able to hear you.
There, is that better?
Yes, now we can see you and hear you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
First of
Welcome.
all-
So please introduce yourself and please proceed.
Oh, good morning. I'm Carrie Liddy, and I'm here on behalf of Deborah Lechter, who cannot join us today. First, I wanted to thank the chair and members of the Compliance Committee for allowing me to speak and for reviewing this application. And I also wanted to give a special thanks to Ms. Lynn for all of her hard work in putting this meeting together. She's been very, very helpful in stepping us through the process. I did Deborah submitted a written response last night, which I hope you received. And it's basically what I am going to briefly discuss. If you want more details, it's in the written response. So I will just start, and if you have questions, just interrupt me. I'm happy to answer them. So just to begin, the elections are very important to the voting public, particularly municipal elections, because that's where the majority of our services come from. Not our taxes, but our services. And the function of the Elections Compliance Committee actually has changed a bit over the past decade or so. And the changes were brought about largely, I think, because of the problems and the precedent set with the city of Vaughan. So the function, the city of Vaughan actually went to court several times, Linda Jackson specifically, to challenge the municipal elections law. And there was a number of precedents set at that time. The most important precedent for this committee and the hearing today was set by Justice Favret and upheld by several different judges since then. And it's an issue of procedural fairness. Your Deputy Director of Legal Services actually did a very, very good presentation on what the legal services, and what the requirements are for the Compliance Audit Committee. And in his presentation, part of it, which I'm telling you, it's very good and it's worth reading if anybody hasn't read it. Courts have held that the compliance audit process falls on the lowest end of the procedural fairness requirements. So in other words, it's if there's any reason of doubt or a reasonable probability, the audit should be called. It's the audit committee itself is not to make decisions or even look for proof of any violations. The only decision that the audit committee makes is whether to bring in an auditor or not. And it's the auditor's job to actually look into the potential violations and to make judgments, et cetera, on the issues themselves. And then if there's any doubt from there, then we'll go to the Superior Court of Ontario. I did put there is a precedent that was set by Justice Favret in Master Giuseppe versus Linda Jackson, and part of it is in the submission of Deborah of last night, and it's important to understand that the standard is credibly based probability. It is not proof. This is not a process that demands proof. It's only if there is reasonable doubt. And that's very important in calling for an audit. The audit itself is where the proof and the investigation actually takes place. And there's more in there. When Progress Toronto actually responded to the original application, they in fact listed without names or addresses some of their donations, and there was $2,600 donations made where they did not provide names and addresses, and that alone justifies an audit. What they did was they reduced it by the bank expenses, which donation is a donation is a donation. It's not a net donation, it's an actual donation. All 26 of those $100 donations should have had a name and address, and it should have been filed with the city clerk at the time of their financial disclosures. So that actually is an added issue, and it's pretty blatant that requires an audit. So some of the issues I'm going to go through. Not all of the issues were responded to in Deborah's submission of last night, but I'm just going to go over a few of them. Expenses in campaigning occurred before registration. What Progress Toronto has claimed is that because they didn't advertise before, therefore it doesn't count. But that's not what the Municipal Elections Act says. It very distinctly states what the expenses are, and it includes all of the activities and services and specifically products provided, and it's well beyond advertising. Progress Toronto did state their goals and that they're a not-for-profit, and they advocate and organize for a more democratic, socially just, and progressive city, which is admirable. However, that is the goal of their campaigns, and they have actually stated it several times on their website and in the response as well. So it's not strictly advertising. What they have done is they registered in order to achieve their goals, which are far more advanced than just an advertising campaign. And in their response, and also on their website, Progress Toronto states that they are involved in training, advocating on issues, canvassing citizens for views, and participating in City of Toronto municipal politics. Again, admirable. However, that is what the expenses, services, and products that they provided throughout the campaign is based on. It's not based on strictly advertising. All of the Progress Toronto activities in training, surveying, canvassing, etc., door to door, promoting their views, flyers online, all activities are expenses and must be included. And this actually includes staff, their office, etc. Progress Toronto staff are paid. Their salaries are paid in order that they achieve their social justice goals. And as they are paid, and based on the fact that Progress Toronto itself is the registered third party, any pay that they receive during the period of time that they canvassed, trained, surveyed, etc., is considered a service in kind, and it must be declared. The only exception would be that if they can prove they took a leave of absence, they refuse pay, and they are, in fact, then volunteers. But there's no evidence at all for that. In promoting or in opposing Anthony Furey, Progress Toronto actually promoted a candidate, Rachel Sheamus Lynn, and I apologize if I said that wrong. And in fact, Saman actually attributed Progress Toronto's success in getting Rachel Sheamus Lynn elected because of their efforts. And this was actually stated several times in several different of their promotions and ads and videos, et cetera, that they had put on X and Facebook and throughout the campaign and on their website. So contributions in kind must be included. This, in fact, is one of the issues that has gone to the Superior Court. And it was found that the actual value of an office, the precedent was for a candidate, but third parties have the same expenses as a candidate. And things like rent, office use, they all have to be valued to market value, not what is determined by Progress Toronto, but what is determined by a market value. For example, for a similar space in downtown Toronto, and what the market value of the use of that space is. And I imagine a space in downtown Toronto is much more than the approximate $400 that they claimed. The entire office was used, goods and services, et cetera, and they must all be valued and declared as goods in kind. No goods in kind actually were declared at all. They did declare expenses for the use of the office, but they fall far below what a market value will determine a rent, et cetera, to be. Now, bank accounts is an interesting issue. In their own submission, they basically admit that there's minimum two bank accounts. So they received donations what they said was $100 or below, which actually doesn't add up, but that's another issue, into one account and then move the money into a second account. Now, that's not permitted. When you receive any donations whatsoever, whether it's through Stripe or some other electronic means, it has to go into one bank account. You're only permitted to have one account. All donations, all expenses, et cetera, go into that one account. And Stripe, in fact, does permit this. You can put any account you want on the other end. But they admitted to using two accounts, and that is not permitted. An audit is justified just based on that alone. The actual money doesn't add up, at least the publicly disclosed donations, and it's very confusing, particularly with the two bank accounts. It's unclear which donations went into which account and then which donations were transferred over to the second account. It's very unclear. But it doesn't add up in any event. Now, the disclosure of the one bank account and not the second bank account, I think, is also leading to a lot of confusion in their financial disclosures. Then we covered this issue already, the $100 donations. So donations are donations. They are not net donations. So they have reduced, I assume, the $100 donations by bank fees, and so therefore didn't declare them. But that's not the way it works. Donations of $100 must be, the name and address of the donors must be disclosed. I mean, if you were to follow this through, there would be no disclosures at all on any donations, because, like, for example, if someone donated, say, $1,200 and you use that $1,200 to pay for some expense, then you would not have to disclose the $1,200 because it would be a net donation of probably zero. So this doesn't make any sense. All of the $2,600 donors, their name and addresses must be disclosed. This again justifies doing an audit with the justification, as I previously explained, reasonable probability, and I think that's beyond reasonable probability. The union donation is another issue, which Progress Toronto had quoted one section of the Municipal Elections Act. It's actually a subsection of the overall section of the Municipal Act, which then leads to a misinterpretation. Section 88.1, part 1(2), subsection 1, it must be read first. It applies in the Act, it comes in the Act first, and it must be read first. And it says a registered third party, a trade union that is a registered third party can donate. The union was not a registered third party and cannot donate to a different third party. Had they applied themselves and become a third party, then they could have used money and they could have donated in whatever manner to themselves. However, based on the subsection, in fact, their interpretation of the law is incorrect. However, having said that, it's not up to the compliance committee to make a legal finding on this matter. It has to go to an auditor who can make the legal finding, and they can audit it, and they can do a recommendation as to the disposition of the issue. The auditor may say one, may say another, but in any event, it is an issue that I predict will go to the Superior Court, who will make a final ruling. And again, it's not up to the compliance committee, with all due respect, to make legal findings. It's just simply, is this a reasonable probability? Well, yes, it is. It's more than reasonable that this needs to go to an auditor. The next issue is somewhat covered above with the donations. But if you take a look at the donations that are more than $100, none of them match the dates or the amounts in the account that was disclosed. And this happens when there's more than one account. And the second account, I assume, also received donations. At a minimum, Progress Toronto admits that the $1,000 check from the union was put into Progress Toronto's account and not into the Stripe account. But it's very, very confusing, and also violates the act when you have two accounts like this. That again, it justifies an audit. The salary is not included. Staff were paid by Progress Toronto. Progress Toronto is the third party, and their funds that they were paid were not declared. They are goods in kind, they are services in kind, and they must be declared as such. Now, endorsing another candidate is a bit of a tricky one, I admit, because there was videos put out, there was statements put out, there were campaigns door to door promoting Miss Lynn, due to the fact that they said, as in their August 28th post and video, that Miss Lynn was 4% behind Anthony Furey and she stood the best chance of beating Anthony Furey. Now, whatever the reason, it's completely irrelevant. They endorsed Miss Lynn, and they promoted her, and they pushed voters to vote for her. Now, this potentially means, and this is why it has to go to an auditor, that the expenses that Progress Toronto incurred while promoting Miss Lynn in delivering flyers and advertising and promotions in their video actually are expenses of Miss Lynn's. They're not expenses of Progress Toronto. And if these expenses are valued by the auditor and then included in Miss Lynn's financial filings, she may in fact be over the limit. So it's a very important issue, and it definitely needs to go to an auditor to sort through it, value the contributions of services and products that Progress Toronto made to Miss Lynn's campaign. And again, it doesn't matter what the motivation was or the reason. The fact is that she was endorsed, and those expenses then become her expenses. Now, the qualification for registration, we were actually a little bit surprised to see this in the response from Progress Toronto, because we, in fact, had not even challenged this. But having seen the response, we wanted to correct it. Progress Toronto, the latest corporate return that they filed, which is all public information, by the way, was 2022. And there was a filing, the 2023 and 2024 were both filed at the same time in 2024. And on those two filings, as you can both see here, and you can see if you download them yourself from the Canada Corporations database, were in fact the last board of directors meeting was in 2022. It was not 23, 24, or 25. As such, because of the bylaws of Progress Toronto, which again are public information, the board of directors and appointed officers remains the same as in 2022. It doesn't change until a board of directors meeting was held. Having said all of this, what we checked for is that the board of director, Amina Jabber, who authorized Ms. Saman, in fact, was a valid member in 2022. And from our point of view, she can appoint whoever she wants to be the spokesperson or point person for Progress Toronto. So even though the improper documents were used, and even though there hasn't been a meeting since 2022, Ms. Jabber's authorization is appropriate and proper. And we actually recognize the 2022 filings as being the only valid filing that Progress Toronto has done, because that's the last meeting of the board of directors. But as I said before, we never challenged the word of the clerk to accept their registration, and we agree with the clerk in this regard. So there's some documents there for that. The rest of the issues are fairly standalone, but in just coming back to how this presentation started, is you only need one reasonable prospect of a violation. That you don't need proof, you don't need legal arguments, you don't need like an audit in advance of hiring the auditors. And because this has been to court more than once, the precedent is as set by both Justice Favret and Justice Culver. And they both stated the same thing. In fact, they repeated their own words, that it's just a reasonable doubt that there is a reason for an audit. That's it. And the legal arguments and et cetera, that Progress Toronto put forward actually are somewhat irrelevant because of the fact that there are, on its face, violations that are beyond reasonable and beyond a reasonable doubt. And that provides a reason for an auditor. Just the $2,600 donors in itself, and I won't go through them again, but that's all you need is one reasonable doubt for one issue to call the auditor in, and there's about 25 of them. So in examining Progress Toronto's response, most of what they say is actually not relevant to a decision of whether or not to call an audit. They're looking at legal arguments and proof, et cetera, and that's not the standard to declare an audit. So that's it. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer. And I extend Deborah's regard. And unfortunately, she could not attend today.
Ms. Liddy, thank you very much. That was very thorough. Really appreciate, the committee appreciates your presentation today and all of the work that has gone into the application. I'm going to turn it over to Member D'Souza to see if he has any questions.
No, Madam Chair, I don't have any questions.
Thank you. Nor do I. Getting a little bit
Okay, well, thank you so much for letting me speak. I really appreciate it, and I know Deborah appreciates it as well. And I just, I hope the committee reaches a decision to call for an audit, but again, that's up to you. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to provide Progress Toronto an opportunity to speak to your materials, and if you could please introduce yourselves and maybe share with us sort of how you're dividing up the presentation. Again, just to remind you, not to repeat what the other has said. We want to ensure there's consistency and that we're efficiently moving forward. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Don Eady, E-A-D-Y. I'm a member of the board of Progress Toronto, and I will be making submissions on behalf of Progress Toronto with respect to this issue. And I'll let...
Yeah, hi, my name is Samantha Basinejad. I'm the Executive Director of Progress Toronto, but Don will be the one who's speaking. Thanks.
Okay, that's what I was waiting for, Madam Chair. I'm assuming that the members of the committee have our submissions that we filed on Monday, as well as the exhibits. I don't propose to, God forbid, read those to you, because I know both of you can read. But I do want to take you through a couple of things that I believe are non-starters from the beginning. And I also want to make the point from the outset that the representative of Ms. Lechter is simply legally incorrect with respect to the test. The test she's talking about and the cases that are cited in the material that was filed last night, my understanding was things were to be filed with the committee 3 days beforehand, is talking about a standard under the Criminal Code, not under the Municipal Elections Act. So I'd just like to make that point from the outset. But what we've tried to do in our submissions, as you'll see, is provide a little bit of background and an overview of sort of where we are. And then we have provided a detailed point-by-point refutation of the allegation made against Progress Toronto in connection with the filing. So, and then to take you through the documents, at tab 1, you'll find our certificate of incorporation. And at tab 2, you'll find the notice of registration as it was accepted by the clerk. And I would note for the record that the representative for Ms. Lechter continues on this point, and the original submission by Ms. Lechter continues on this point. The decision to register Progress Toronto as a third-party advertiser is a final decision, and with all due respect, this committee does not have any jurisdiction to challenge that registration. For obvious reasons, you know, you show up at the office somewhere in this building and you bring the corporate documents in, and the clerk or the clerk's designate looks at them and says, yeah, that's okay. And as you can see on the document, it's signed off at 3:39 on October the 10th, and that's the clerk's decision, and that's it. And if somebody wanted to challenge the registration, they needed to go somewhere other than here. We've also included the spending limits at tab 3. We've included the material. The representative for Ms. Lechter made some submissions with respect to the pre-election canvases and saying, well, that's all part of the same thing. Again, while we can get into legal niceties, at some point there actually has to be something in the act that appears to be violated. And we've set this out in the submission, but when Progress Toronto engages in activities that are not third-party advertising, as defined in the Municipal Elections Act, those expenses are not third-party advertiser expenses. It's that simple, and we don't have to, but we've demonstrated through the material at tab 4, the leaflets, and tab 5, which was the sort of talking points, that nothing that was done on those canvases had anything to do with the promotion, support, or opposition to a candidate in a municipal election. Progress Toronto is entitled to go out into the community and ask the community questions about what they think is important, what kind of candidate they want, what kind of candidate they don't want, all of those things, without it being caught by the third-party advertising provisions of the Act. And that's precisely what those pre-election surveys were designed to do. So if you want to talk about the reasonable basis for a request for a compliance audit in these circumstances, there isn't one. There's no legal basis and there's no factual basis for that. We've set out October's bank statement at tab 6, and I'll address this issue since you've got the document in front of you. Of course, Progress Toronto has more than one bank account. It's required to have more than one bank account. It has to have a bank account to run its operations. The requirement under the Municipal Elections Act is that it have a second bank account, which is only for the purposes of the third-party advertising campaign. So, yes, they've got us. We have more than 2 bank accounts, but we have the bank account. You can see from the statement that on October the 8th, when we were registered, the balance was 0, and then it started. Progress Toronto was successful in getting donations, and I'll deal with the donation issue in a minute. And you can see that people were paying through the website. Stripe was making the deposits. There's not 2 bank accounts, right? So the donation is made through the website. There are fees taken off the donation for the service providers, and then those are aggregated and deposited into the account almost on a daily basis starting on October 16th. There's nothing illegal, immoral, improper, or unethical about this practice. This practice is the way that people now run the donation side of any kind of campaign. In the old days, where whatever the limit was, you could give maybe, it used to be $10, now it's $25 in cash without a receipt. You could write checks. I don't know. I mean, as we've set out, we only got 1 check in this campaign, which we disclosed on the campaign finance. Everything else was conducted through the website. So this idea that, and we've disclosed the details precisely of the donations. And so we've listed the people who have donated more than $100. And let me just take you, because I think this is the representative for Ms. Lechter spent some time on this. Let me take you to the financial statement. It's the easiest place to see it. Okay, so this is what the city require. Well, actually, it's the ministry that requires, in terms of the financial statement. This is the Form 8, and I'm assuming everybody has a copy of that. I have hard copies if anybody needs one. I also have hard copies of our submissions. I appreciate these hybrid hearings are sometimes difficult. But if you go to the disclosure page of the donations, which is page 5 of 8. My eyesight's not great. So you can see that actually it's started page 4 at the bottom of page 4. Part 3, contributions exceeding $100. Exceeding $100. What does that mean? Well, this isn't a legal test. This doesn't require a legal interpretation. It's a fact that if the donation is $101, it has to be disclosed. If it's $100, it doesn't have to be disclosed. So what did Progress Toronto do? On the form, it disclosed all of the donations that it received from individuals that exceeded $100. Contributions that were $100 and less, it is not required to disclose. Couldn't be clearer. We do what the form tells us to do, and we did it. And we've showed in the submissions all of the donations and all of the amounts that Progress Toronto received. We obviously we redacted information with respect to their names and addresses because we're not required to disclose donations that are $100 or less, only donations that are greater than $100 or exceed $100. And just for the edification of the committee, we've also set out, because there was some allegation that there weren't receipts provided, and we've provided a redacted version of the receipt that everybody who contributed would have received through the campaign donation website. And you can see this is a $25 donation. It's one time. It was donated on October 23rd at 11:40 Eastern Daylight Time by Visa, and it's receipted. So I don't know. Like I don't know how much more I can say on that particular topic. But let me go back to the submissions for a minute. So I'm going to just quickly take, because there's 25 of them, and because my I think it's 25, maybe 24. Because my Ms. Lechter's representative says you only need one, then I kind of feel like I have to go through them all. And I apologize for that, and I've done it in writing, but I want to just quickly give you the highlights or the lowlights, as the case may be, with respect to the issues that are raised by Ms. Lechter. So I've already covered, and I'm on page 2 of 14, starting at paragraph 8. I've already covered the issue of the pre-election canvasses. The surveying and outreach activities are simply not third-party advertisements. There is nothing in those scripts or in those flyers that promotes, opposes, or supports a particular candidate. And there's nothing in the act that prevents organizations such as Progress Toronto from going out and canvassing citizens to find out what they're thinking. That's not a third-party election advertising, and if the government or the legislature wanted to deal with that, they would have to deal with that in a much more comprehensive and clear fashion than they've done here. Again, with respect to issue number 2, it's kind of related to issue number 1. It refers to the same exhibits, 2A, 2B, and 2C, which are excerpts from Progress Toronto's website. And so there aren't any contributions in kind because there aren't any contributions because it isn't in relation to third-party advertising or the third-party advertising campaign. This is both a legal and factual and logical conclusion when you look at the facts that have been provided to you. The third issue, well, here we go, the bank account again. Well, I don't know what more we can tell you. We opened up a bank account. You can see it had zero balance on October the 4th or October the 8th. Donations went in there. Of course, expenses went out of that account. We're required to open up a bank account exclusively for the campaign. We did that. There's evidence of that. You can dismiss this issue number 3. There seems to be some allegation as well that going back to these pre-election surveys that are not third-party advertising expenses, that somehow the training expenses, of which there weren't any, should have come out of that account prior to the registration. There's a number of legal factual fallacies in there. But as you can see, the central allegation and the requirement to open up a separate bank account to deal with the third-party advertising expenses and contributions was clearly met. Number 4 is advertising after voting day. The applicant Exhibit 3 is cited as evidence of advertising. Again, it isn't an advertisement. Progress Toronto didn't advertise after Election Day. And look, I have to confess I've been involved in municipal, provincial, and federal politics for years. And I can't think of a reason why you would advertise within the meaning of the Municipal Election Act after the municipal election day. It doesn't make any sense. Like, what are you, just shoveling money out the door? And the reason why this submission doesn't make any sense is because, of course, the activity complained of in Exhibit 3 isn't actually third-party advertising. It's simply a web posting that says, hey, we, Progress Toronto, ran this campaign, and it was successful. And Mr. Fury was defeated, and Ms. Lynn was elected. Last time I checked, Progress Toronto has free speech rights. We're entitled to inform the membership of what happened and supporters of Progress Toronto, what happened, that their donations to the third-party advertising campaign were successful. None of that is third-party advertising. And again, those notices and ads were not to promote, support, or oppose a candidate. What we did say was that the candidate that Progress Toronto was opposing was defeated, and another candidate was elected. And let me just stop there, and I may do this again, but the idea that Progress Toronto and its third-party advertising campaigns in which were focused on opposing a particular candidate, not supporting any candidate, is somehow expenses that are attributable to the successful candidate's expenses. There's a bunch of problems there. Number one, that presumably is an argument that could be or conceivably made if somebody was to seek a compliance audit with respect to Ms. Chernos-Lynn, which I don't understand they have, or at least not these applicants. Number two, there would have to be some evidence of coordination or collaboration between the Progress Toronto campaign and the campaign of any candidate, and there's no evidence of that. The fact that, and this is riddled through the submissions, Progress Toronto took a aggressive stance against a particular candidate in the election and spent advertising money below the limits is not contrary to the Municipal Elections Act. In fact, that's what the third-party advertising sections allow a registered third-party advertiser to do. We can go to people in Don Valley West and we could say, Progress Toronto thinks that you shouldn't vote for this guy, and here's why. And that's what we did. And there's nothing illegal about that. We don't have to endorse a candidate. We don't have to fairly determine who we're going to support and who we're going to oppose. All we have to do is comply with the act in terms of the spending and the contributions, which we've done. The content and the purpose of the advertising is not something, with all due respect, that you have jurisdiction over. Point number 5 is related to the bank account. I'm not going to, I've said that, I think I've said it too much on that already. Number 6, again, we get into this idea that there's somehow a loan. There's no loan. There's no third-party campaign expenses that are incurred before registration date. And you've got to, you have to sort of think about this logically because you can get into the weeds on this stuff. But, you know, people, except with the exception maybe of the applicant, you run an ad on October 31st. The ad runs on October 31st, and it says what it says. We want you to not vote for Anthony Fury. It says that. It's clearly a third-party election ad. Wherever that's run, whether it's on Instagram or in a newspaper or on a TV station or whatever, of course, the expense is incurred on the day that the ad runs, but the payment for that is through a billing process, right? Like it's not a requirement that you somehow have to prepay for the ads. The ads run, they cost $1,000, and then the company bills you $1,000, and then you pay the $1,000. So if it were otherwise, then every media outlet would be, at least conceptually, loaning campaigns money because the ads are running before the money is received. And that can't be the way the Municipal Elections Act is structured or worked. It can't work that way. It doesn't work that way, and the current act doesn't require it to work that way. Number 7 is the donations piece. We've disclosed all the donations. It's clear that the line is more than $100, not $100 or more. The City of Toronto only requires disclosure of contribution amounts of more than $100, and we've done that. And we provided you with the web donation and just to be clear, this isn't a situation where gross versus net matters, right? We know that it's the gross donation that counts. Like, it's not a net donation of minus fees, right? So if you look at, I don't know, the first one there, it's below the, on tab 7, the first donation of $100, there's processing fees that equal $495, so the net donation is $95.05. Do you see that? The $95.05 doesn't matter, except for the purposes of, obviously, that $4.95 is an expense related to fundraising, and I'll get to that in a minute. But the donation is $100, right? Donations of $100 are not required to be disclosed. Number 8 is the non-existent mysterious fundraiser. So there was no fundraiser. You can see how and when the campaign raised its money. The only expense, and this is on in the Form 8, that's related to the fundraising expense is on page 3, number 3, the $437.93, which is the cost of fundraising events/activities, right? So Progress Toronto didn't have an event. There's no evidence of an event. It didn't have one. It didn't happen. It never happened. And the only people that think it happened are the applicants. And it's crystal clear that those $437 of bank fees are activities that are related to fundraising and are not within the spending limit, but are required to be disclosed. And the campaign did so at subparagraph 3. I mean, we even had to disclose our 71 cents of bank interest that we earned on the donations. So when you look at the amounts not reconciling, which I think is one of the allegations, I think there's just a misunderstanding about how the form works, right? So you're required on page 2 under box C to list all total amount of contributions. So that's $9,228, and then we have to disclose interest earned by campaign on bank account of a massive, you know, we need to raise interest rates on these sort of accounts because 71 cents isn't a lot of money. But we disclosed our 71 cents, right? And then there are expenses taken off that in number 1, and I'll deal with the expense issues. But when you go, you have to go to Schedule 1, which is page 4, and you have to break down those contributions, right? Now, it's interesting how they get broken down because this reinforces my point about disclosing contributions. So, total value of contributions not exceeding, this is Schedule 1, Part 1, second pair, we're right the box right beside the $7,078, right? Total value of contributions not exceeding $100, not exceeding $100. Total value of contributions exceeding $100 is the next line, 2,150, 2,150. That equals the, now there's no line to disclose in that particular thing, the 71 cents of interest, because we've already disclosed that. Then you flip over to the next page, right, which is the Table 3 and Table 4. So there's our 5 donors that donated more than $100, and for their contributions we are grateful. $1,150. That matches up in tab 7, and there's the mysterious, quote-unquote, allegedly illegal $1,000 contribution from UA Local 46. So ask yourself this question. I've set out the law in the submissions, but if union donations to third-party advertising campaigns were illegal, then why are they required to be disclosed on the form? Like, come on. And it's the same point with respect to the over one contributions having to be disclosed that are over $100. So then, just to continue on Schedule 2, because we were talking about fundraising, right? And I think this is where things go off the rail, right? Is we say description of fundraising event / activity, right at the top under Schedule 2. Fundraising activity for campaign period, merchant bank. Date of event, we put a date in. So that may be something that, you know, maybe we shouldn't have put the date in, but we indicate under Part 2, there's no ticket revenue under Part 1. Under Part 2, there's the merchant bank contributions received, and there's the $437.93 taken off. And that's that. So there was no fundraising event. We've disclosed all the donations we were supposed to disclose. So issue number 9 is the alleged illegal donation. Notwithstanding, okay, mistakes get made by people when they make applications. We correct the record and refer specifically to the section of the MEA that authorizes or allows or makes legal, whatever you want to call it, trade union donations to third-party advertising campaigns. And today we still get met with this, no, you can't make legal conclusions. Well, you have to make a legal conclusion here, sorry. It is not illegal for a trade union to make a donation, as long as it's not in cash, to a third-party campaign with one proviso, and that is the campaign contribution limit of $1,200 in this particular circumstance. We've set that out, and I think, I'm not sure about the applicant's submission on this, but if you look at 88.12.3 of the Act, and I hate to take you to the statute because the statute is not necessarily laid out in a proper way. So who may contribute is in 88.12 sub 3. Only the following may make contributions: individuals who are normally resident in Ontario, a corporation, and a trade union. Who can't contribute: federal parties, provincial parties, and the government. Okay. So if you read that the way the applicant reads it, nobody can make contributions to third-party advertising campaigns. Corporations can't, trade unions can't, and individuals can't. Or maybe even the individual and his or her spouse, if it's a third, if it doesn't, it just doesn't work. It's wrong in law, and it's not even a reasonable ground or even close to an actual ground. 10 is an argument about donations listed as being received and date received doesn't meet the date the expenses was incurred. I think I took you to that example. I'm not going to go over that ground again. It's well tilled. 11, salaries not reported. So, firstly, the staff didn't campaign for 3 months in any event, because they're still lumping in, if you remember the early issues, the pre-election canvas stuff. Again, they repeat the allegation of the December 19th fundraiser, which is clearly wrong on the facts. Registration was October 8th, not October the 10th. The distribution of the flyers was done by volunteers. And as we've set out, and we've cited the relevant provisions of the Act, that volunteer unpaid labor, number one, so I'm not talking about the staff yet, I'm just talking about volunteers, is clearly not a contribution to the third-party advertising campaign. Okay? So then it's not a contribution, and nor is it, because it's not a contribution, it's not an expense. So you don't have, like, when you get signs for free, I'm just making that up as a thing, and the signs cost $1,000 and the sign person gives them to you for $300, then you do the market calculation, and the $300 is the expense and the $700 is the contribution. I'm just making those numbers up, right? Staff, so Progress Toronto employees, are also permitted to volunteer on a third-party advertising campaign. Provided that they volunteer and are not voluntold, and secondly, that they do not receive extra compensation for working on the campaign. That extra compensation would probably be a campaign expense. So, and if you'd like, I can take you to the sections, because I think in 88.15, sub 4, the following amounts are not contributions to third-party advertisements. Paragraph 1, sub 4, paragraph 1, the value of services provided by unpaid labor. That's the volunteers. And 2, the value of services provided voluntarily under the direction of the person or individual, corporation, or trade union, meaning the third-party advertiser, by an employee whose compensation from all sources for providing the services does not exceed the compensation the employee would normally receive for the period the services are provided. Long sentence. So they're not contributions. Okay. Then we have to go to section 89, sub 3, I think. Sorry, 89.13, sorry. I'm still in 88, which goes on for too many subsections, which is what happens when you keep amending an act and don't consolidate.
Sorry, which section are we referencing?
89.13. Sorry, I got that. I think it must. I think I've got that site wrong.
89 is offenses, so it.
Yeah, no, it's, it is 8819, sorry, sub 3. So section 88.19 sub 3. And it says, without restricting the generalities of sub 1 and sub 2, the following amounts are expenses. The value of, and it's sub 2, the value of contributions of goods and services. But of course, the volunteer labor and the staff labor are not contributions within the meaning of the Act, which means they aren't expenses within the meaning of the Act. Issue number 12, unaudited return. Well, we know that audited returns have to be filed where there are expenses exceeding $10,000. Our expenses don't exceed $10,000. Again, they seem to suggest, well, they should have or could have if you'd included all the volunteer labor. But as we've indicated, those are neither volunteer and staff labor. Those are neither expenses or contributions under the Act, nor are they deemed to be a donation in kind. All of the other the expenses are disclosed. And, you know, you can't come here, with all due respect, and simply throw stuff against the wall and say, because some of it might stick or could stick or doesn't stick, that justifies a compliance audit, right? That's not the test. It's not some sort of beyond a reasonable doubt or just a little bit of stuff. You have to actually show that the campaign in question has done something either contrary to the Act or contrary to the form or something. So there is no requirement for an audited financial statement. I do note that we did retain an accountant to assist in the preparation of the financial statement, and that is disclosed. The expense of $621.50 is disclosed at page 3 of the Form 8. 13, endorsing a candidate. I think I've already gone over that ground. We didn't, but we could if we wanted to. And we're entitled to, but we are entitled, clearly, to oppose candidates, and we did. Quite successfully. Eligibility for registration, again, my point is that doesn't matter. We provided the documentation. It doesn't matter whether or not whether there was a board of directors meeting in 2023 or 2024. I haven't had a chance to look at that stuff because frankly it was filed last night. It doesn't matter. The decision of the clerk's final. There's also an allegation which I've addressed at paragraph 37 of my submissions that we're somehow not eligible to file a notice of registration since Progress Toronto was a candidate in the by-election. I didn't understand the submission. I still don't understand the submission, and it's entirely untrue in any event. If it's the stalking horse theory that because we were opposing Mr. Fury for City Council, that we were somehow a stalking horse for another candidate, provided there's no cooperation or collaboration between the third-party campaign and any candidate's campaign, and there wasn't any, and there's no evidence of any, then it doesn't matter. And that seems to flow into the 15th allegation, which is somehow Progress Toronto, by engaging in the third-party advertising that it did, was somehow donating to a candidate's campaign. There was no such donation. Progress Toronto didn't endorse or do anything in support of a candidate such that it could be deemed a contribution. And again, opposing a candidate doesn't mean that Progress Toronto was making a contribution to another candidate. We like to think that our campaign had some impact, and I'm sure the impact was hopefully moving votes away from the candidate that we were opposing towards other candidates. but that's entirely lawful. That's the purpose of a third-party advertising campaign, or not the only purpose, but a permitted purpose. Again, I make the point in paragraph 39, and we're assuming that somehow they're referring to section 88.15 sub 3, which states that money, goods, and services given by an individual trade union are contributions. Obviously, we've disclosed all the money, and the contributions by volunteers and by Progress Toronto staff are neither contributions or expenses. And there was no contribution, there was no coordination somehow between Progress Toronto's campaign and any election campaign. Paragraph 40, I make the point that the applicant seems to think that we're under some duty to consider other candidates. No, we're not. We can do what we want, subject to the law. And this slides into sort of another issue, is that I think it's issue number 23, the false and misleading information. We, as Progress Toronto and any third-party advertiser, can oppose candidates, but it can't coordinate. That's the issue. And I note that the applicant did include a particular, well, the winning candidate's Form 8, and seems to be making some sort of allegation based on nothing. And sorry, you got to come here with something. You can't just sort of make stuff up and come in and say, well, it could be true what I'm saying, therefore you should order a campaign audit, which is essentially, with all due respect, what the applicant and the applicant's representative are saying the test is, and that ain't it. And we know that that's not it. I think I'm in at number 16. I mean, we've set out what the spending limits are. Our Form 8 is clearly indicates that we were below the spending limits, both the campaign spending limits and the 10% for post-election appreciation parties. There's an allegation about office expenses not being disclosed or included, but when you look at the campaign documentation and our submission at paragraph 42, we did disclose office expenses. So we did attribute a portion of Progress Toronto's regular operating expenses to the campaign. And this is entirely appropriate and was done and disclosed. Progress Toronto disclosed their flyers were photocopied. Okay, I admit it, they were photocopied. But we attributed an amount of just over $1,500.41 for the photocopying of flyers. And it's interesting when you break it down, because we've broken it down. The one thing that the applicant seems to be agreed to is that a 5-cent per leaflet is an appropriate expense. So when you multiply all of that out, 27,000 flyers broken down in the way that 27,000 and some odd flyers broken down the way that we did and itemized as it did, $1,500 isn't unreasonable. Not that it's your job, with all due respect, to evaluate whether or not the expenses are reasonable. So if we'd have gotten photocopying at 2.5 cents or 10 cents or whatever, that's not the job of this committee. This committee's job is to look at it and say, well, they did send out some flyers and they put an amount in, and it just so happens that in fact the amount that we incurred for those flyers is approximately what the applicant thinks we should have incurred for those flyers. So, you know, then they go, well, if that's not enough, we're going to throw something else against the wall. And of course, you know, the $4,853.41 that we spent on advertising is somehow below market value. Well, based on what? They don't get to just come here and say that. Like, if they were going to say, if they said, well, you know, there was a parallel campaign, third-party campaign for so-and-so, and their digital advertising cost $27,000, so how could you do it for $4,800 and $4,853? Again, I don't know. Like, again, we disclose the flyers, we disclose the office expenses, we disclose the advertising expenses, we disclose our 71 cents of interest, we disclose the fees, we disclose all the contributions received. You know, is there a rounding error of 53 cents? I don't know, you know. But they got to come with more than they've come with on any of these things in order to trigger what is an arduous and expensive process in a situation where the spending limits are just under $10,000 or $8,700. Website not declared as expense. Well, first of all, that's not true. Parts of it were. The third-party campaign was billed for access to the digital tools, including the website. And, you know, the marginal additional posts on a website are virtually costless. Like, it doesn't, I don't even know, like, eat up more bandwidth to put another page on saying that there's your third-party advertisement or whatever on the website. It's perfectly reasonable. Okay, we charged them $175 for the campaign for access. That's a perfectly reasonable proxy for that. Again, they say, oh, well, the staff must have cell phones. Well, it turns out they don't. So it's not disclosed because there's no expense to disclose. But this is what the applicant's doing. Well, there must have been this, and there must have been that, and there ought to have been this, and this is overvalued, and this is undervalued. Again, you don't just get to come here and say that, particularly when, in a whole bunch of respects that I've set out in painstaking fashion, both today and in my submissions, they're simply wrong in law. Issue number, where are we? 21. The cost of door-to-door advertising. Again, it's volunteer labor. There's no evidence that people were paid to do it. However, there was an expense which was disclosed of $143.48, which included things like snacks for hungry volunteers. So to the extent that the campaign incurred expenses in connection with feeding snacks to volunteers, it disclosed those snacks and those payments. Number 22, over contributions. You know, things like the office rent and the digital tools and things were billed back, so the campaign paid Progress Toronto the $175 for access to digital tools. Well, how else is it supposed to happen? I don't know how else an organization that's required to have a separate bank account and a separate accounting for its third-party expenses can't turn around and attribute those expenses and then have those expenses paid for by the campaign to reimburse Progress Toronto for those expenses, all of which are declared. 23 I've dealt with, as I say. This is a drive-by allegation, right? Like, you know, we don't have to be nice to candidates we don't support who have the record that they have. We can point out that record. If the flyers are libelous, slanderous, defamatory, court's just next door. It isn't your job to determine that. Lastly, section number 24, you know, this seems to be just a rehash of the previous allegations. But, you know, I mean, what's happening here is the applicant's unhappy that their candidate lost, and so they're making a bunch of baseless allegations, and those allegations and their application should be dismissed. Now, I just wanted to make sure,
Oh, yes. Sorry.
because I did not monitor the website last night. I wanted to make sure that I responded to the issues that are set out in the filings that they made last night, I'm assuming. So procedural fairness, right, is the procedure that this committee uses. It's not a substantive legal test. So, for example, it would be procedurally unfair to not allow Progress Toronto to respond to the application. It might be procedurally unfair to not allow the applicant to respond to my comments today. Or it might be procedurally unfair to give them an hour and me 5 minutes. That's the procedural unfairness that Deputy Director Lynch is talking about. The reasonable ground, the legal standard, you'll see there that the quotation is from R.V. Sanchez by Mr. Justice Hill, referring to section 487 sub 1 of the Criminal Code. To be frank, I haven't had a chance to pull up these cases, but this is not a court of law applying the Criminal Code of Canada. This is a committee applying the Municipal Elections Act in accordance with its rules and procedures. I think it is true that they don't have to prove their allegations beyond a reasonable doubt. Like, I get that. But that doesn't necessarily then apply, that the standard does not drop to the, well, we said so, so you have to accept that it's true and proceed on that basis, which is what they're asking you to do. The applicant says my legal arguments are not correct without saying why they're not correct. They make mistakes about the $100 donors. So they say, well, that justifies an audit. Well, no, it doesn't. In fact, it can't, because you'd be misinterpreting the act by requiring the disclosure and audit, because contributions that were made that were $100 and less are not required to be disclosed. The representative or the applicant talks about expenses in campaigning occurred before registration. You've got my submission. Yes, we admit we canvassed, but we weren't engaging. Third-party advertising is actually defined in the Act. I mean, sorry, Madam Chair, I know you know this, but I have to say it, because if I don't say it, I don't know what'll happen. But, you know, there's a definition section. So this is section 1 sub 1, definition of third-party advertisement in the Municipal Elections Act 1996. And it says, means an advertisement in any broadcast, print, electronic, or other medium that has the purpose of promoting, supporting, or opposing a candidate. Then there's stuff about referenda, which is irrelevant here, right? So the pre-election canvass was not designed to do any of that. And so when they say an audit is justified for this issue alone, I say, no, it's not. The reasons why Progress Toronto decided to enter the race and register as a third-party advertiser, whether or not it's because we're a nonprofit corporation that advocates and organizes for a more democratic, socially just, and progressive city or not, is not relevant, right? What happens is, when we incur expenses in relation to third-party advertisements, a defined term, we are required to be registered when we incur those expenses, and we're register before incurring those expenses, and we're required to account for those expenses in the Form 8, which we've done in both cases. Yes, we admit we canvassed, conducted surveys, and used their views, sought to promote their social justice goals. But when we engaged in third-party advertising, we did so in accordance with the law, in accordance with our registration, and we disclosed all of the we dealt with the allegation about Progress Toronto staff being paid. So here's the message, right? This is it's excerpted in the submissions under the heading "Far-Right Candidate Anthony Furey is defeated in Don Valley West by-election." Well, that happens to be true. Sorry, it's on my colleague's computer here, and I have a different computer, and me trying to run two computers at once is beyond me. One is beyond me, but two is impossible. So look at what this is this allegation about post-election advertising. Together we defeated far-right candidate Anthony Furey in the Don Valley West by-election held on November 4th. Conservatives thought they could elect Furey on his same name recognition alone and keep his harmful record secret, but we didn't let that happen. We crunched the numbers, we showed that he was ahead over 10, and then he lost by 23% to Ms. Chernos-Lynn. So, and then there's a discussion about what the campaign did. None of that is advertising, none of that is inappropriate, and it's so did Progress Toronto's collective work help shape the election? We sure hope so. But we have a right to do that, and we did it. Again, the applicant's simply wrong in connection with their issue number 2. The expenses that are required to be claimed are expenses that are incurred in connection with advertising. Number 3, by their own admission, the union donation of $1,000 was not deposited into the bank account. I don't know where they get that from. It didn't come through the website, but because, I don't know, it came by check, and we disclosed the check. So, and that's why there's a difference of miraculously $1,000 between the $8,228 that we got through the fundraising activity through the website and the $9,228.71 that we disclosed as the contribution. Remember the 71 cents. So the way they've added it up is just simply wrong. I don't, again, they're wrong about the donations of $100 being required to be reported. They're wrong about the contributions and donations. We've taken you through that. Again, they're wrong about the union donation. I think under number 10, I think there may be a misunderstanding about what happened here. And so the donations get processed through the website, right? So you punch in your Visa number or whatever debit card, you punch in the amount, you hit send or whatever you hit. I don't know what you hit. You get a receipt back for your donation, and then that money sits there in the ether by the payment processor, and it gets deposited into the bank account. So it's like, okay, I take a check from somebody my age who would, I don't even write checks anymore, but, you know, I take a check, I put it in the office, I don't cash it for 3 days, and then I cash it. Well, the date the contribution was received might be different than the date it shows up in the bank account, and that's not improper, that's not illegal. We've talked about the salaries in number 11. We've talked about endorsing the candidate. So there appears to be So I'm looking at number 13 here. All advertising must be kept for 4 years. It includes digital promotional videos. Again, I don't see we obviously have all of that stuff. We don't have to disclose it all in this process. And then there's an allegation that I hadn't seen before, and I'm reading literally now. On October 28th, a staff member advertised and promoted voters to vote for Chernos Lynn, as Chernos Lynn was 4% behind Anthony Fury. Whatever the reason, Progress Toronto endorsed Ms. Chernos Lynn and promoted and pushed voters to vote for her. Well, A, who cares? Because we're entitled to do that anyway. 2, promoting, if I'm on a Progress Toronto canvas and I'm, with my 5-cent flyer and I give it to somebody and they say, who should I vote for? And I say, you should vote for Ms. Chernos Lynn. That's not Progress Toronto advertising, right? There's looks like a clip from, I don't know, it looks like it's X. There's no cost for that sort of thing, right? And it's simply indicating what Progress Toronto is up to. And then it says, of note, there are photos available and witnesses have come forward since the application was filed that witness Progress Toronto campaigning for a candidate. Well, it started with procedural fairness. Like, okay, so what's the evidence? Is it this one clip from X? It's procedurally unfair to make those allegations as a sort of a drive-by allegations without providing a shred of evidence with respect to them, notwithstanding the fact that if we want to promote a candidate, we're free to do so. There's reference to keeping records. This is the broadcaster or the publisher, so there'd be records that would be required to be kept by the I don't know, whoever, Instagram or Meta or Facebook or whatever. They'd be required to keep those records, and we have records but the fact that type of issue is not a campaign audit type of issue, right? It's not a requirement on the Form 8 or as part of the third-party advertising rules that you can order a campaign audit on the basis of a suspicion that people don't have the proper records. I don't understand number 14. You'll note that I'm a director, happily. And I don't understand the The issue, as I pointed out earlier, the decision to register is final. It's not within your jurisdiction. Whether or not, and I'm just going to say I don't take any position on this, Progress Toronto's corporate filings are perfect. It doesn't change their status as a corporation that's entitled to be registered as a third-party advertiser in these elections. So, sorry about that, but it's a bit longer than I wanted to do, but this is where we are. It's a serious allegation to say, as the applicants have said, that Progress Toronto has violated the law in a number of respects. And as a result of those alleged violations, there needs to be a campaign audit, or a compliance audit. And so I felt it was appropriate to take you through, to file long-winded written submissions and to take you through them, because it's our position that we did everything in strict accordance with the law. It's all disclosed, it's all explainable, it's all understandable, and whatever the test is to get a compliance audit, whether it's beyond a reasonable doubt on the balance of probabilities, a reasonable and probable grounds, or submission, this isn't an onus case. This is a case where whatever the onus is, they simply haven't met it in terms of the issues that they've raised. They're frequently incorrect on the facts, incorrect on the law, or they don't provide the evidence that would allow you to suggest with any degree of confidence that they were right, and therefore a campaign compliance audit should be granted by this committee in this case. And those are my submissions. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Eady, and Progress Toronto on behalf of the committee. Before I turn over the microphone to my colleague, I have two questions.
Okay.
One is general, and one is a request for clarification for one of your points. My general question is, how many municipal campaigns has Progress Toronto participated in as a registered third-party advertiser?
Yeah, thank you for your question. I'm just going to count them out loud. So 2018, we ran a campaign in the 2018 general election, the City of Toronto general election. In 2021,
That one was a bit controversial. You may remember that one.
Yeah, with the
wards changing mainstream.
Okay.
Exactly. 2021 in the Scarborough Agent Court by-election. 2022 in the municipal election, and then the 2023 mayoral by-election, and the current the one that we're speaking about today, the 2024 Don Valley West by-election. So 5.
5. Okay, thank you. And my next question is in relation to, issue or point 11 around salaries. So, Mr. Eady, you indicated that Progress Toronto employees are permitted to volunteer. They cannot receive extra compensation for working on campaigns. And maybe just, how does that work? So, if somebody has a day job, presumably 9 to 5 or whatever their hours are, do they go off and take part of that time to go volunteer? Do they volunteer evenings and weekends?
So let me just, the Act is not a model of clarity with respect to this issue, but I just need to find, one sec. Sorry, you had the issue number, was that?
Issue number 11,
Okay,
under salaries.
right, okay. So, we're in 8815, I think. Yeah, it's what constitutes a contribution, 8815, right? So, the contributions are set out in sub 3, right? This is for third-party advertising. There's the same essential rules for like election campaigns. They're essentially the same in that regard, except one notable exception. Trade unions can't donate to election campaigns, but they can donate to third-party advertisements. So under sub 4, so the value of services provided by voluntary unpaid labor, right? That's not the salary piece, but this is the setup. So of course, what you could do.
Sorry, which section?
88.15 sub 4.
Okay, and you're looking at which of
At
these
paragraphs
6?
1 and 2. So
Okay.
paragraph 1 says the value of services provided by voluntary unpaid labor.
Okay.
So, let's say somebody volunteers for a day, okay? They're not a staff member, I'm just starting at the beginning. So it's theoretically possible, although not required by this act, that somebody could say, well, the going rate for canvassers is $25 an hour. They canvass for 10 hours, and therefore the value of their voluntary labor is $250, right? So but that's clearly not an expense. So you don't value volunteer labor the same way
No,
that you
I
value
completely
scientists.
understand that. My question is specific to Progress Toronto staff who are salaried
Right.
and who, in sort of your discussion of point 11, you talked about how Progress Toronto employees are permitted to volunteer on a campaign. So it's,
Yeah.
how does that work?
Okay, well, I promise you I was getting there, and I'm
Okay.
there now. So the answer's in subparagraph 2, right? So, again, section 88.15, sub 4, paragraph 2.
Okay.
And remember, the following amounts are not contributions, right? So the value of services provided voluntarily under the direction of the person or individual corporation or trade union by an employee whose compensation from all sources for providing the services does not exceed the compensation the employee would normally receive for the period the services are provided. So, employees, Progress Toronto has 3 employees, Samantha sitting here and 2 others. The corporation, Progress Toronto, is the third-party advertiser, and it is entitled to ask, but not demand, that employees, if they want to volunteer on the third-party campaign. Why do I say ask and not demand? Because I just take you quickly to 88.15 sub 6, which says no employer, which Progress Toronto is for these purposes, shall impose any penalty on an employee who refuses to provide services voluntarily as described in paragraph 2 of subsection 4. So we can't penalize our employees for not volunteering, but when they do volunteer, then they can't be paid more than their regular salary to volunteer. And if they are paid more, that's a contribution, right?
Okay.
So because
That's helpful. Thank you.
because it says value. I'll strip out some of the verbiage in subparagraph.
Actually, no, your explanation is helpful. Thank you.
And then just to, sorry, one last thing, because I have to. Because it's not a contribution.
Because it's not a contribution.
Oh, there's an echo there. Because it's not a contribution under that subsection, it's not an expense. And therefore it doesn't have to be disclosed.
And therefore it doesn't have to be.
Contribution or an expense.
Okay, that is helpful. Thank you. I'm going to provide my colleague.
member, this is
Yeah, I have a question and a comment. Someone is muting me here. Please don't mute me. I want to follow up on that question on the staff who volunteers. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So did they take leave of absence were they on the payroll and were they paid salaries during that time?
They were paid their regular
They were
salaries.
paid their regular salaries.
So they were on the payroll, they were regular, and when were they volunteering?
I wasn't finished, sorry.
I wasn't finished, sorry.
There's an
Okay.
echo here.
There's an echo here that
Okay. Yeah. I
Hi, Lawrence. Can you please
I
mute
can't hear
yourself
right now.
when the progress Toronto people are speaking, so there will be no feedback. Thanks.
Yeah. I can't, okay.
Sorry, maybe if you wouldn't mind repeating your question, I'm sorry, it was,
No, I can't, can you please repeat it? I can't hear it right now.
can you hear me now? I'm not sure.
Yeah, please go ahead. If you can repeat it, it's good. I lost you for a minute or so.
Okay, well, I think your question was sort of the precise arrangements between Progress Toronto and its employees in terms of their regular salaries and their regular duties and those sorts of things.
Correct.
Is that a fair paraphrasing of your question? So
Yeah, that's correct.
the employees were not paid any more or any less money than their regular salaries, which is the requirement of the Act. And they did not take a formal leave of absence from Progress Toronto, but part of their time was devoted to working on the third-party advertising campaign.
Okay.
And
Thank you. I have,
and that's
Yeah, go ahead.
it's fairly common in my experience that both corporations and trade unions and people that quite frequently have staff that volunteer on the campaign, on an election campaign or on a third-party advertising campaign, and typically, because those are not expenses or contributions under the Act, they're not required to be disclosed, and there isn't a requirement that people take leaves of absence. It's only a question that they volunteer, and they can't be voluntold, to use that term, and they can't be bribed in the sense of the employer can't give them more money than their regular salary if they decide to volunteer on the campaign.
Thank you for that. I have one comment on one of your assertions. That's paragraph 21 on page 5. Your statement says expenses become expenses when they are paid for the third-party advertiser and not when they are incurred. This is contrary to the accounting principle. Under accrual method, expenses are recorded when they are incurred. Expenses are incurred when a resource is consumed or a goods or service is received. So it's factually, it's not correct.
I understand that as an accounting point, right? But the fact is that the allegation was because the expenses were not paid the day that they were incurred, that delay between the running of the ad and the payment of the actual payment of the ad was somehow an illegal campaign loan. That was what I was directed my comments to, and that was the allegation. Not that it mattered from an accounting perspective or an accrual method. I'm not an accountant. It's the idea that there was an illegal campaign loan because of the delay between the running of the ad and the payment by Progress Toronto for that ad. That was the issue.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Chair,
Hi, Hi, no, sorry, there isn't an opportunity to sort of provide further submissions. I'm just looking over to my legal counsel here.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm not sure what you mean. Do you, like, a written submission or an oral submission, or?
Sorry, somebody was just about to speak. I'm not sure who that was. Yeah, it was the applicant, so the agent on behalf of the applicant. So I think we've received our submissions, and at this time we're going to move to consider them. I'm just looking over to legal counsel, make sure that I'm following the process correctly.
In the rules of procedure, the order of operations is such that the committee hears the presentations, and then the applicant is given the opportunity to speak. Then the candidate or third-party advertiser, in this case it's the third-party advertiser, and a member may ask a question of the person making the presentation, of the applicant, candidate, or third-party advertiser. So upon a strict reading of the rules of procedure, there is not an opportunity, but that being said, is the chair, as chair, you have the opportunity to have some discretion with respect to if you want to reorder or if you want to allow further submissions. But that being said, is that would have to follow the rules of procedure.
Okay, thank you. We have provided ample opportunity, and written submissions were made available publicly. So at this time, I think we're going to move a motion to go into closed session. Member D'Souza, do you wish to move that motion? Thank you.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Now, I do okay, I'm going to read that. Thank you. That the motion is that the Compliance Audit Committee recess its public session to meet in closed session to deliberate in private on item EA 15.1, compliance audit application by Deborah Lechter for the election campaign finances of Progress Toronto, and to receive advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege. Before we close, for those of us in the room, just a bit of an administrative update. There's been a conflict in room bookings, and so we are going to, at noon, at 12:30, okay. So if we haven't called you back before 12:30, we will move to committee room 4, which is just 2 committee rooms over. But for those folks in the room who are not part of the in-camera deliberations, I'd ask if you just sort of wait outside, and city staff will notify you whether we're back in here before 12:30 or if we're going into committee room 4. All clear?
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that city staff will tell us once you've reached your
Yes.
deliberations and then where we are, and we should just wait out there?
Exactly.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, folks. We are still in public session, and we are going to move a motion that the Compliance Audit Committee recess its meeting and reconvene at 12:30 p.m. in Committee Room 4 at City Hall. All in favor? Looking for Member D'Souza. I don't see him on the screen. All right, and the motion passes. Thank you. We are recessed for 30 minutes.
Good afternoon. Welcome everyone to Compliance Audit Committee meeting. Lawrence, can you hear me?
I can see and hear, but I see applicants representative in the meeting.
Yes, because we are still going to start the public session. Then when we go to closed session, we will remove
Okay.
people. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Mary, can you start to record?
And then you're going to put up the motion to go into.
Yes, yes, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to start. Okay. All right, thank you, everybody, for your patience. We are back from recess, and we will be going into closed session. So I would ask that the motion be displayed, please, and I'll read it out. And the motion is that the Compliance Audit Committee recess its public session to meet in closed session to deliberate in private on item EA 15.1, compliance audit application by Deborah Lechter for the election campaign finances of Progress Toronto, and to receive advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege. So I've moved the motion. Lawrence, if you could vote, thank you, and the motion carries. So at this time, I will ask the clerk to temporarily close the meeting to members of the public and to only provide access to members of the committee and appropriate staff for the closed session portion of this meeting. In addition, the YouTube live stream will be suspended until the closed session is over. And Member D'Souza, I'd remind you to arrange your surroundings so that no other person observes any part of the closed session discussions. Thank you.
can start to
Okay, we are back. Thank you, everybody. We are going to take a recess, and I'm going to bring forward a motion. And the motion is that the Compliance Audit Committee recess for 30 minutes. If I could get a vote, Member D'Souza? Thank you, and that motion carries. So we are recessed for 30 minutes. It is 2:05 PM. Thank you. Hello, we are back from our recess. We are currently in public session, and in a moment I will read a motion for us to go back into closed session to continue our deliberations. The motion reads as follows, that the Compliance Audit Committee recess its public session to meet in closed session to deliberate in private on item EA 15.1 compliance audit application by Deborah Lechter for the election campaign finances of Progress Toronto, and to receive advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege. Can I have a vote with my other committee member, please? Thank you, and the vote carries. At this time, I will ask the clerk to temporarily close the meeting to members of the public and to only provide access to members and appropriate staff for the closed session portion of the meeting. In addition, the YouTube live stream will be suspended until the closed session is over. Member D'Souza, I'd remind you to arrange your surroundings so that no other person observes any part of the closed session deliberations. Thank you. Okay, thank you, folks. It's been a long day, and we've had a few technical glitches along the way, but we're ready to recommence. We have completed our closed session deliberations, and at this time, I'll ask the clerk to display the motion on the screen. I'm just going to read the final decision. You're welcome to read the details. They will be online shortly. The Compliance Audit Committee met to consider the application for a compliance audit of the election campaign finances of Progress Toronto, a third-party advertiser, and was not able to conclude whether or not there is a contravention of the Municipal Elections Act 1996. On this subject, the two participating members of the committee have been unable to reach a consensus. Having not reached a decision on this crucial aspect, a compliance audit cannot be ordered and the application must be rejected. And we provide detailed decisions, but the sort of final decision I've just shared with you. I really want to extend my gratitude to sort of both groups of parties. You provide a lot of detail today. Obviously we took our time coming to this decision and wanted to make sure that, due process was followed. We want to thank you for your submissions, your participation. And we are adjourned. Motion to, nope, oh, we have to pass the motion. Okay, I was so close. All in favor, and well, I guess I just read the motion. So the motion is passed. Member D'Souza has raised his hand. I've been doing a lot of talking today. And it is carried. And with that, we are adjourned. I'm looking to, yes. Thank you again, everybody, and a special thank you to City of Toronto staff for today as well.